Tonight for the Rays, Chris Archer, who spent a lot of time at All Children's Hospital, knows that this is a very important outing for himself and the Rays.
Well, no question about it, especially what happened his last time out. There were some anxious moments for the Rays and Chris Archer, along with all of his fans, after that fastball right there, down and away. He made a little bit of a grimace. Jose Molina immediately is going to pop out to the mound. He's going to call out Joe Madden, Ron Porterfield. When you have a pitcher of this caliber, young age, and he starts to talk about tightness in the forearm, you get him right out of there. But I'll tell you what, they said they thought it was just a cramp. Obviously, with him being back out there, that's a great sign because he has been very good his last 6 times out. Really, you go back the last couple of months, and Chris Archer has gotten better and better and better, and it has been all about command of that fastball. When he's able to do that and let the slider go to work, he can be devastating.
Well, from a team perspective, what he has done in the rotation, very important. From an individual perspective, he has catapulted himself into consideration as a potential Rookie of the Year candidate. Todd Kalas has more on Chris Archer. Todd?
Yeah, Dwayne, you're right about that. He has been phenomenal. The month of July was off the charts, 4-0 with a 0.73 ERA. He said he already forgot about the forearm issue when he threw his bullpen session. It wasn't until pitching coach Jim Hickey asked him how the forearm felt, and then he remembered, oh yeah, I had to leave the last start. Here's Joe Madden on how he approaches Archer with tonight's start.
You're going to watch him probably a little bit more closely, but I do believe he's fine. I do believe it might have been more of a dehydration situation than anything else. Talking to Ronnie, just being in Arizona, so dry there. So I think he's fine, but I will watch closely.
So there you go. He is very optimistic he'll be fine. And there you see Chris throwing his final bullpen tosses tonight. Get ready for the Seattle Mariners. When we come back, we'll have more on the guy who just joined the Tampa Bay Rays from the Houston Astros. Tampa Bay claiming Wesley Wright introduced to the gang before the game. He knows it's a loose crew, and he's having some fun already with Tampa Bay. And Tropicana Field, including tonight, kicking off a 3-game series with the Seattle Mariners. Luke Scott signing some autographs as Chris Archer and Erasmo Ramirez will be the pitching matchup tonight. The Rays trying to snap a 0 for 5, 5-game losing streak as they headed out west, 2 to the Diamondbacks and 3 to the Los Angeles Dodgers. The newest member of the Tampa Bay Rays is kind of adding to their bullpen. The Rays hope to get Jesse Crain back a little later coming off the injury, but in the interim, Wesley Wright is the newest face for the Tampa Bay Rays. You can see his numbers with the Houston Astros. Joe's looking at him being a lefty-on-lefty specialist, although this year, lefties have hit him a little bit better. But 54 appearances, the most of all left-handers in the American League. And before the game, we asked him about what his reaction was when he found out he was a Ray.
A little shocked, excited, sad, all at the same time. You know, you get used to being in a place for part of 6 seasons. It becomes your, home, and I had a lot of great teammates over there. So I was a little shocked and excited at the same time to get into a situation where I have a chance to go to the playoffs, something I've never done before, and just want to come in and contribute the best way I can. You know, I've heard it's one of the loosest clubhouse and environments that you'll ever find. Everyone's here from a distance as a visiting player or opposing player. This how loose this group is and how hard they play the game, and that's what you want to be a part of. You get to have fun, win games, and achieve something in the process is something I think all players wish for and try for.
Wesley Wright, big Auburn Tigers fan. When he first walked in the clubhouse, he saw Desmond Jennings at the trainer's table and said, War Eagle. So he's fitting in already. We have 2 minutes and 10 seconds till the first pitch. Rays and the Mariners right around the corner. Enjoy all the action right here on Sun Sports.
Dropping all 5 games on the trip. But at the Trop, Joe Maddon has his sights set on some home remedies. And with a hopefully healthy Chris Archer going to the hill, the Rays have only one thing on their minds: a win. And there is Chris Archer making the start for the Rays tonight to open this 3-game series.
Well, let's take a look at his numbers, brought to you by Coventry Healthcare of Florida, making his 14th start of the season. The 2 complete games, the ERA outstanding at 2.71. 76 in the 3rd innings. Of course, he's coming off that start on August the 7th that he had to leave in the 2nd inning. A little bit of forearm tightness. Everybody convinced it was just a cramp. They've declared him healthy and ready to go, and here we go.
First pitch of this game, with Brad Miller leading off, and that pitch, a fastball, is in there for a strike. First pitch presented by Pinch a Penny. Upstairs, It's 1-1, and not surprising, BA, that the reminder to Chris Archer, and he's talked about it, stay focused on the process and let the outcome take care of itself. Well, there's a shot hit deep into right center field, and that ball is gone. A 1-1 pitch, and Brad Miller hits his 3rd home run of the year. Just barely missed the Rays tank, and just like that, Seattle breaks out in front.
Well, this is something that if you haven't seen Seattle play in a while, get used to this. This is a team that has been hitting home runs at a very high rate this year. In fact, this right here is their 24th home run in the 1st inning. That is tops in all of Major League Baseball. Just a fastball down and out over the plate, and Miller gets underneath it, gets tremendous carry to a deep part of the field here for a quick lead.
142 home runs for a team that was frustrated last year, particularly playing in what had been a big ballpark. A little cozier over there now, and we'll see that later this year on the next West Coast swing. Here's Franklin. Here's another guy up in their order who's not afraid to cut loose with that bat either.
Well, this is one of their top prospects, and as he's moved from level to level, he has shown increasing power. As you see right there, 10 home runs out of the number 2 hole. Well, and I think the thing that's most impressive, Dwayne, too, is you talk about the fences being moved in at Safeco, and you would expect an increase in run production and power there. But they're 2nd in Major League Baseball in home runs on the road.
Yep.
So they're getting it done everywhere. Different look than the Rays have seen in a few years.
That's a strike. We go to 2-2. That home run, the 8th allowed by Chris Archer in this, his 14th start. 7 of those by left-handed hitters. Franklin fouls it back. And he will be facing a string of left-handed hitters here because there are a number of switch hitters sprinkled into this lineup, and Franklin is one of them.
Yeah, 3 switch hitters in this lineup. And you're right, you want to throw out the lefties against Chris Archer because he absolutely owns right-handed hitters.
Yeah, right-handed hitters batting only 146 off him.
No, and that makes perfect sense because Chris Archer more than willing to use that fastball to both sides of the plate to set up that devastating slider. When he has that pitch going on, it's tough against everybody, but especially those righties breaking it down and off the plate away.
And there is strike 3 call. That is the slider. So that is out number 1. Let's take a look at the rest of the lineup, brought to you by Sweet Bay Supermarket. Miller, a left-handed hitter. Franklin, a switch hitter. Seager left. Morales, a switch hitter. Ibanez left. Then you get down to Morse, a right-handed hitter, but Smoke, a switch hitter. Ackley's going to hit left-handed. And then Quintero to round out the lineup for the Seattle Mariners. A run home with 1 out. And the pitch to Kyle Seager, too low. Fastball at 96.
Well, the way that those switch hitters are sprinkled throughout the lineup also very strategic, because if you do end up going to a lefty against some of these lefties, you flip the guys around and then all of a sudden you have them staggered. So whoever comes in, whether it be Wesley Wright, whether it be Alex Torres, any of those lefties coming in, going to have to face some righties also.
Yeah, the advantage of having that many switch hitters available to you to put in a lineup. And there's one with some power, Kendrys Morales. Strike call to Seager. It's 1-2. And now with this 1-2 count, the Rays with a shift on, but they're going to flip-flop Longoria and Escobar. Escobar back to the shortstop side. Ground ball handled by Zobra. Station right to hold between first and second out of the shift. 2 gone.
Well, let's take a quick look at the Rays defense tonight. Outfield left to right, Johnson, Myers, and Joyce across the infield third to first. Longoria, Escobar, Zobrist, and Loney. Jose Lobaton will be behind the plate. Now that's something that we've seen more and more of from Chris Archer too in his good run. It's not like he's out there striking out 9-10 guys to start. He has been using that defense, and why not? They've been excellent all season.
Here's Morales going after the first pitch, hitting it deep left center field. That's off the wall. He's on his way to second and will make it well ahead of the throw. So Morales jumping on the first pitch, lands his 29th double of the year. And look at that road average since the All-Star break.
Well, what makes him so dangerous is he really understands what a pitcher is trying to do, and he understands that Chris Archer likes to fill up that zone early, so he is ready to hit, and he gets a fastball that was center cut. Almost got it out of here off the top of the wall out there in left center field, but Morales, one of those guys, very good understanding of what pitchers are trying to do. If they stay in patterns, he's able to recognize it quickly. He jumps on the first pitch there.
Now Raul Ibanez, and how about this guy? He's found the fountain of youth. Pitch is a strike. Ibanez, 9th in the league with 24 home runs. He's 41 years old.
Leads the team. In fact, they've had 8 guys on this team that have hit double digits in home runs, and Ibanez leading the way with those 24.
Archer ahead of him. Turned up the fastball to 97. You know, Ibanez with his home run total, he's in the same category now with guys like Ted Williams and Barry Bonds. Williams hit 29 home runs when he was 41 years old in 1960. Swing and a miss. High fastball at 97 strikes him out. 1 run on the home run. Rays coming in to hit. In tonight's game, which is available in Spanish via SAP, brought to you by Coventry Healthcare of Florida. Let's take a quick look at the lineup, brought to you by Sweet Face Supermarket. Ben Zobrist leads it off, followed by Matt Joyce and Evan Longoria. Will Myers clean up, then James Loney and Yunel Escobar. Luke Scott, the DH. Jose Lobaton will catch. Kelly Johnson in there in the ninth spot, playing left field.
Now the right-hander Erasmo Ramirez will be making his 5th start of the season for the Seattle Mariners, and his numbers in the big leagues brought to you by Coventry Healthcare of Florida.
First pitch in to Ben Zobrist. Ben takes it down and in. Ramirez finds the strike zone, 1-1. If he's right, he'll throw a lot of strikes.
Yep.
High shot, deep, right center field. Morse back to the track, to the wall, gone! Home run for Ben Zobrist. This game is tied. Ben Zobrist hitting his 8th home run of the year. Miller led off with the home run in the top of the first. Zobrist leads off with a homer in the bottom of the first.
An elevated fastball. Ben Zobrist all over it. See the delivery here by Ramirez, and Ben Zobrist ties this ball game up. And you know, Dwayne, when you look at what Ramirez has done this year, you saw the numbers. Didn't really have a chance to get into them.
There's a line drive off the bat of Joyce into right center. Fastball, and Joyce is aboard with a base hit.
And we may not be able to get into him, but I will tell you, Ramirez, when he pitches, the innings are not boring. You saw that he had a 3-0 record, but his ERA, 7.13. How do you do that, you say? Well, his run support average is 8.25. So in his 24 innings of work, he's given up 19 earned runs, but the team has scored 22 runs. So they are action-packed, and they start out that way tonight.
Well, he's got that part of the game figured out. He's pitching in the right slot.
That's right.
Joyce back in at first. And a base hit drilled through the hole by Longoria. Rays wasting little time. Joyce goes to second. Evan jumped on the first pitch. So here we are, 5 pitches into the game, a home run and back-to-back singles.
Now that slider was flat. The fastball to Ben Zobrist was elevated, you know, and you wonder how sharp Ramirez was going to be. His last start, he was skipped his last time through the rotation. His last start was on the 3rd, so it's been 10 days. He did have 1 relief appearance in between, but just for an inning and 2/3. So you wonder about how sharp he was going to be coming in. And with what you said, the fact that he's a strike thrower, these race hitters ready to go, these pitches have been flat and right in the middle of the zone.
Will Myers takes a pitch for a ball. Well, that home run for Ben Zobrist was his 100th career home run in the major leagues. Both Miller and Zobrist hit 1-1 pitches out to lead off the top and bottom of the first. Foul ball to Will Myers, and the count is 1-1 to him. First time that Zobrist has ever led off with a home run. His leadoff home run of his career. Will bounce it out of play. It's 1-2.
Well, as you could take a look here, Ramirez, the way that he's going to attack these right-handed hitters, primarily fastball and the slider, likes his changeup a whole lot more against the lefties. Pitch that's improved a great deal for him. Right now, that slider looks awfully flat.
Broken bat, ground ball short. Hesitation by Miller, but they get the force at second. The barrel end of the bat wound up near Brad Miller. So he was a little distracted, but they do get the force at second with Joyce going to third. Myers safely aboard at first.
Well, Ramirez was able to get that ball in on Will Myers, and you're going to see that bat going out there, and it does distract a little bit from Miller. But I'll tell you what, the last 2 weeks or so, the Mariners have had a whole lot of trouble with their middle infield. You see Miller over here to Franklin, 2 rookies playing 2 very important positions. This team has had 12 errors in their last 12 games. A lot of the trouble coming right up the middle.
Now James Loney. This pitch drops in there for a strike. curveball that time from Ramirez. Loney 6th in the league in hitting at .312. Good take there for ball 1-1.
Ramirez, he's going to try to get some good action down in the zone. He needs a double play ground ball right here. James Loney, he wants something obviously elevated to get into the outfield. You got that runner over there on third base, and Matt Joyce, less than 2 outs. Those are the situations that the Rays need to get better in.
Liner into right field. That ball is going to drop in front of Morse. Joyce scores, and the Rays take a 2-1 lead. Rays come right back. 2 runs, 4 hits here in the first so far to grab the lead.
Well, and after that road trip, and then all of a sudden Seattle jumps out after an off day with a home run to lead off the game. You'd hope that the Rays would respond, and boy, have they in a big way here in the first inning. James Loney, a nice job of staying on that pitch, strong enough to get it out there into right field.
Well, most of the time when you see Loney hit, it's like watching a guy putting on a clinic. His approach is so solid.
Well, and it has been all season. I mean, that's been something that we've been harping on basically since the middle of April, and it just has not changed at all. It hasn't always had the results, but the approach has never changed, and that's why you see him not going into prolonged slumps.
So harping is what we've been doing.
We have been beating that dead horse, Wade, but we have to.
Yeah,
I mean, you want to know why he's having success. That's why.
Yep, that's exactly right. Well, what a big addition he's been. 1 strike to count to Escobar. He fouls this one back. 0-2. 2 runs, 4 hits for the Rays against Ramirez. Ramirez out of Nicaragua. As you might expect, Dennis Martinez, one of his baseball heroes. When Martinez threw his perfect game, Ramirez was only a year old. It's fouled back.
Well, that right there has been the problem with Ramirez here in the early going. That slider almost looks like it's just an oversized cutter. Not a whole lot of depth to that pitch, just kind of sliding across the zone. It's you want that slider to be a 2-plane pitch. That one right now is staying on 1 plane, makes it a lot easier for these hitters, and the fastball has not been located well, albeit except for the one to Will Myers that got in on it.
Fastball in off the plate. It's 1-2. That is strike 3. He did get some movement on that slider there. Pretty good one.
That was the best of the game so far for Ramirez, and that did have more depth to it. You'll see this at 86 miles an hour. And he at least started it and ended it in a very good spot.
So now it'll be Luke Scott. Luke, the DH again tonight for the Rays. One ball, no strikes to Luke. Scott out in front of that pitch. 1-1.
That's one of his bigger weapons to the left-handed hitters. That's a pitch that has gotten better and better for him. You saw 2 pretty good ones here to start Scott off with.
And he runs the fastball in. 2-1.
I think something too. I think the pitching coach for the Seattle Mariners, Carl Willis, would probably love to see Ramirez use that changeup more against the righties. That's a pitch that, like I said, an ever-improving pitch for him, and he very rarely uses against the right-handed hitters. Give them a different look.
That's just foul outside of first. Change up there again, and it's 2-2.
You know, a lot of time, the left-handed pitcher with a good changeup, you were kind of discouraged from throwing it to left-handed hitters. But at the end of the day, if it's a good pitch for you, and we've seen the Rays pitchers do that. If it's one of my good pitches, I'm going to throw it against everybody. Why not? And that would just be a nice change of pace, because right now it's just fastball, slider, both hard pitches. Easier for the righties to be locked in on. When you see the breakout, lefties and righties. Righties hitting Ramirez better than lefties are. Over 300 on the season. Just 24 innings, but still disturbing trend.
Pitch is fouled back. That's an interesting idea, and the Rays have made it work. There used to be a period where if you were left-handed, you didn't throw that changeup to a left-handed hitter, but you have two chances of that pitch succeeding. One, the off-speed nature of it, and if you have movement on it, which most of the time you do with a changeup, not always, but most of the time, then the movement's going to help you as well. So you've got a couple of chances there.
I agree, but you know what the thought process was the lefty on lefty changeup.
Right to that spot down and into a left-handed hitter.
Now, how many guys can command the changeup to the glove side? So pitching coach is always worried about left-handed changeup, starts middle of the plate, runs down and in.
That's
the
the
lefty
off spot.
That's right.
And Luke Scott is out on strikes. Rays are finished in the first, but they grab the lead. They tied it on the Zobrist home run. James Loney single on Matt Joyce, and it's 2-1 Rays.
Celebrate the Rays' involvement in the community with Braulio Colon. He is the Vice President for the Helios Education Foundation, a very important partner with the Tampa Bay Rays. Tell us a little bit, first of all, welcome. Good to see you, Braulio. Tell us a little bit about the Rays and Helios Scholarship Program.
Well, Helios Education Foundation believes in the power of education and how it can impact students' lives and communities. And we've been partnering with the Rays Baseball Foundation for a while now. We're really excited about the partnership. It's called Doubling Up for Education. And so every time a Rays player hits a double during the regular season, Helios donates $600 towards a Take Stock in Children scholarship. And the Rays Baseball Foundation matches that to $1,200 for every single double. So we're expecting to contribute $1 million over 5 years supporting students for higher education.
$1 million over 5 years based on doubles the Rays hit. $600 every time Helios is donating. Tell us about how Take Stock in Children is involved with your program.
Well, it's an amazing program because what Take Stock in Children does is identifies middle school students who are either low income, at risk, and they pair those students with a mentor, but also provide them with a scholarship that we're talking about. So it gives them a clear pathway to an education. They're able to provide, the mentors are able to provide these students with guidance on how to actually get into college and succeed in college and make sure that they're successful along the way.
Helios Education Foundation, so important, and the Rays Baseball Foundation is a great partnership. Tell us more about how they have helped you.
Well, they share our mission in that they're focused on education, they're focused on the youth, and they're really interested in impacting the Tampa Bay community in a positive way. As you know, the value of a post-secondary degree these days can take you a long way, and so, we share that mission of education and youth, and also our partnership, Helios partnering with the Rays, also raises the awareness by participating in baseball games, getting the word out that scholarships are important, making sure we're impacting youth. So it's that type of partnership that we're really excited about and we're really proud of.
Braulio, we're very happy to have you here as a partner of the Rays and here enjoying a little baseball as we continue to tell people about how the Rays get involved in the community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for having us.
All right, guys, right back to you.
All right, Todd, thank you. And a couple of the guys who have already been involved in the Rays offense tonight. Ben Zobrist, contributor to the Rays Baseball Foundation, and Matt Joyce, who scored the other run, will be involved in the coming weeks in an on-field ceremony with Take Stock in Children chapters. That's related to the Rays and Helios Scholarship Program. Here, Justin Smoak called out on strikes. That's the first out here in the second, following the base hit by Michael Morse.
Well, all 3 strikes coming on that slider from Chris Archer. Starts him in, slider backdoor down, and then right back in. And you can see just catching that inside corner.
Now, Smoak is a guy who in recent weeks has started to become the hitter that the Mariners had hoped he would when they made that deal involving Cliff Lee. So he's been a hot hitter. Out on strikes here, his first time up. Justin Ackley is playing center field and hitting 8th. Ahead in the count, 1-0. Mid-90s fastball finding the zone.
And well located. This is another guy, 224 on the season, but just under it, 296, under 300 from the All-Star break on. Justin Ackley been swinging the bat well. You talked about Smoak.
Down to first. Loney to second. Back to Loney. 3-6-3 on the double play. Nifty pickup and a fine throw by Loney to Escobar, who returned it in short order to complete the double play. 2-1 Rays. Their defense shining tonight already as well.
You don't realize how good of a play this was by James Loney. Look, he's backing up. Now he's in the line of fire there, but the runner going down to second has to fillet that ball over the left shoulder, right on the money. And look at that. Just turn around, find the bag, know the throw is going to be right on the money, and you get the return there by Escobar. That was a tremendous play by James Loney, a much harder throw to execute than you would think.
Yeah, he makes the infield better because he's on the receiving end of the infielder's throws, but he can really throw himself, and that was a great example of an accurate toss down there to start that 3-6-3 double play. Jose Lobaton, 1 strike to count to the Rays catcher. One and one. Marvin Hudson, hailing from Georgia, calling the balls and strikes. He's got a 14-year career going in the major leagues. Fastball, and that's a strike. Close right there. 2-2. Rays facing Erasmus Ramirez, 23-year-old right-hander. Broken bat, Looper, short center, and out from shortstop Brad Miller. That is out number 1. Right now, let's check in with Kelly.
Thanks, Dwayne. Since it is Rays in the Community Day, it's only fitting to mention your starter, Chris Archer, who's wasted little time getting involved. Already made a few visits to the All Children's Hospital in St. Petersburg. After the last one, he sent out this tweet accompanied with a sweet photo. Today, I learned that children are people of great influence. Listen to their thoughts, listen to their views. Now, when I was up there in North Carolina, his mentor, Ron Walker, told me he made it a point to reach out to the Rays when he got called up and tell them, I want to be in the community every single homestand.
And he's done exactly that. Every time the club comes home, there is an appearance for him. And he's made numerous trips to All Children's Hospital. And to Kelly Johnson off the plate. It's 1-2. Seattle with a run in the first, the Rays with 2. Johnson a good cut at the fastball there. Fouled it back.
And Ramirez left that fastball out over the plate. That's what he was hurt with in that first inning. He's already seen an adjustment made. Is now coming in, but in off of the plate here to the first 2 Rays hitters in the second.
Now the count is full.
And I think he was able to see exactly what we were. He's had a much closer view than we do, but yet saw a very comfortable Rays lineup in that first inning.
Off speed there, 3-2. Fouled away by Kelly. And that is strike 3 called. Fastball caught him looking. 3rd strikeout for Ramirez.
Well, that's where you catch a hitter looking for a certain pitch. You end up throwing a fastball that actually ends up just about middle of the plate. And anytime you see a hitter go down on a pitch like that, they are looking for something else. They love taking a hack at the heater, but sometimes you sell out for the off speed and it comes back to bite you.
So the bases are empty for Ben Zobrist. Fastball is hit off the plate a bit to him. 1-0.
That's now the first 3 hitters of this inning. Ramirez has gone fastball in, that one in off also.
It's a strike.
That's the one thing that you do know about him. You read the scouting reports, you watch him pitch. He does like the fastball to both sides of the plate, to the righties and the lefties. And that's a great start for a pitcher.
Line drive going to be caught by Smoak. 1, 2, 3 go the Rays. We go to the third. 2-1 Tampa Bay. Brought to you by Just for Men Auto Stop, the foolproof way to get rid of gray. By Toyota, let's go places. By Coventry Healthcare, coverage so you can keep living the life you want. Go live. We've got you covered. And by Checkers, feast on. Rays back home after that swing out west. Chris Archer on the mound to go to the third. The Rays lead 2-1. Humberto Quintero's going to lead it off, the catcher for the Mariners, and the first pitch is a strike.
You know, and really, you don't look at an 0-5 road trip and say could be good for the team, but really it could be good for the team to have something like that happen. I mean, it's an awful stretch, and no one likes to leave home for a week and come back winless. But like anything else, the Rays have been playing very good baseball, and sometimes when you're playing that well, you start to, I don't want to say become complacent, but you get happy with yourself, and you take a jaunt like that where you go 0-5, get knocked back into a little bit of reality, have that long flight home followed by an off day, and you start to build up a little angst, a little anger, and you say, you know what, starting tomorrow, we got a tough stretch the rest of the way, and now it's go time. It maybe gets this team refocused.
And you know what else is interesting about that? Liner into right, charged by Joyce, reaching up to make the catch. We saw Joe Madden there. Team loses 5. They let 2 get away that should have been wins. And he's in the dugout smiling. And that's a great quality. We've all seen managers who, you come back 0-5 on that kind of trip and things are not pleasant.
No.
But Joe goes, hey, this team's, I think it's a good team. And let's not forget the 08 team. Yeah, of course, that was a little bit of a surprise to a lot of people that it got off to that great start. But the road trip that ended the first half going into the All-Star break, they lost 6 straight. I remember wrapping up that series in Cleveland.
Yeah.
And people wondering, well, this is it. This is where this team's going to falter. Didn't happen. They came back and had a great run in that second half. And so you just don't put anything past this team. Frustrating the way they lost a couple of those games. No question about that on the road trip. But it's hard not to believe in this team. And that's been the case over and over for the last 5.5 years.
Yeah, and this team, like the others, they will take on the personality of their manager, and that's why Joe Maddon is the way he is. He's not going to show any panic, any tightness, any disgust with this team at all. He's going to take the same approach, and that's why you'll see these guys respond. Listen, they know that that was a bad trip. Obviously not happy about it, and they've come back ready to play.
Miller, a high popper on the infield for Zobrist. 2 gone.
You like them already because of what they're going to run out there as far as the starting rotation. You know, they faltered a little bit here in the last 9 games or so, but that's going to be expected. I mean, the run that they were on was just not sustainable.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a couple hiccups, which they've had, but still very talented. And you have Alice Cobb, Matt Moore on the verge of returning here.
Yeah, Cobb could be back in a couple days.
Yep.
Moore a couple days after that. So we'll see.
Yeah, you talk about strengthening an already very good rotation, but getting those guys back would help tremendously.
1-0 the count to Nick Franklin. Franklin out in front of that one, a changeup. We've seen that fastball slider combination, and once in a while the changeup, and we just saw one there.
Now, second time through the order, and that's when you'll start to bring out maybe that third pitch.
One hop to Zobrist, and a 1-2-3 third. Bottom of the inning coming. It's 2-1 Tampa Bay. All season long, Tires Plus donates $100 to the Pediatric Cancer Foundation for every Tampa Bay Rays home run televised on Sun Sports. Rays got 2 in the first after the Mariners picked up 1 to lead off this game. Lead-off home runs tonight by Brad Miller and Ben Zobrist. First time that's happened in an American League game since August the 17th of 2006, and there were 2 games that opened that way that day. 1-0 the count to Matt Joyce. Matt, a base hit, scored a run, driven home by James Loney in the first.
And you notice where Ramirez started him, the first pitch of this at-bat. Fastball in off of the plate again. And then right back outside with back-to-back changeups. So he is definitely making a concerted effort to try to make these at-bats for Rays hitters going forward uncomfortable after being dinged up in that first inning.
Well, that first inning, we saw the fastball and the slider, and that slider didn't do much. Boy, he got in there on Joyce. Seager with the throw to first. Got him. So Joyce out on a close play at first. Boy, that ball right in on the handle.
Yep, well, he's been doing a good job of moving the ball around the zone since that first inning. A lot of those pitches out over the plate. Here's the throw by Seager after the jam shot, and just in time to get Matt Joyce. Boy, I thought as far as Seager had to go for that, and as weakly hit as it was, that Matt Joyce had a real good chance of beating this out. This is a nice play by the third baseman for the M's.
Evan Longoria takes one inside. That appeared to be a changeup, righty to righty.
You'd like to see more of that.
Longoria with a count of 1-1. Well, right there's a case of making the ball go in two different directions on back-to-back pitches.
Well, the more looks that you can give a hitter, you move the fastball around, you're just never comfortable in what you're trying to do. And that's what the adjustment that Ramirez has made so far here into the third.
Piece of that one, a foul ball.
And we talked about it, Dwayne, about how it'd be nice in the minor leagues at all levels if pitchers had to hit, because you get an appreciation for how difficult it is. And getting a chance to play in the National League and getting a few years to go up there and hit, a lot of the times I knew what I was going to get. You knew you were going to see that heater down and away. You see Ramirez closing Evan Longoria out on a heater. And so it was hard enough when you knew what was coming a lot of the time. So you start to think about these hitters like Longoria that are Ramirez is going to, start you off with a changeup, then a slider, then a fastball away, then another slider, then a fastball with elevation. You wonder why it's so difficult to hit.
Well, that was classic right there. That whole sequence to Longoria. That's like watching Loney hit and play first base. It's so classic. And that was quite a sequence there.
Yep.
I agree with you. I've thought that for a long time, Will Myers up here, that it could really accelerate a pitcher's development by hitting, because he sees it from the hitting end.
Yeah. And you see when that fastball down and away and they call a strike and you're like, okay, you're just calling that on me because I'm a pitcher. You go back and look at the video and you're like, no, that was a strike, and it looked like it was so far away. It's a pretty good place to go. Yeah, you do. You get an absolute appreciation. And then you start talking about guys that are plus stuff guys, guy like Chris Archer, where you're talking about, listen, you start to be able to command the strike zone with your stuff, well, you're going to go on the run that you've gone on.
It's a foul right back over the screen to take the count to 2-2.
Well, the minor leagues are filled with guys that are 95 miles an hour but can't get to the big leagues because they have no idea where it's going, and you can't pitch 2-0, 3-1 all the time.
And right there it is at 96, a fastball taken for strike 3. On to the fourth, 2-1 Rays. Rays on top. For Toyota Trend, the lowest opponent average in the Rays rotation. Aptly represented in this list with Price at 198 and Archer at 204. And how about Darvish almost, or at least attempting to no-hit Houston? He had a no-hitter earlier in the year against him, lost it late. And again, same thing as last time out.
Yeah, and he had to do it with 2 different catchers.
Yeah, how about that?
A.J. Brzezinski got run out of that game after 5 2/3 for arguing balls and strikes with Ron Kolpa.
I'm surprised that he would be ejected.
Well, I gotta be honest with you. What they did is they ended up punching the hitter out to end that inning. I mean, that was a slider. It was middle of the plate down. Brzezinski catches it, starts to head out of his stance to go, knowing that's strike 3. Kolpa called it a ball.
Yeah.
And then he would later walk that hitter. And that's when Brzezinski, and that cost him the perfect game.
Yeah, okay.
Brzezinski took some umbrage with that because it absolutely was strike 3, missed by Kolpa.
So that's one of the times that you could go into court and feel good about representing A.J. Brzezinski. Is that what you're saying? You're taking his side?
You know what? But that's the pitcher in me.
Yeah.
And I love the fact that he was like, that was strike 3. And you know, Darvish, of course, he handled it flawlessly.
Good for him.
But
yeah, good for him.
you like your guy fighting for you like that. Maybe not out of the game. All of a sudden, you got to throw Soto back in there, and he's catching, by the way,
a little
a
pressure
no-hitter.
on him.
Hope he was paying attention to how they were working hitters on the bench.
Yeah. 0-2 to Seager inside. It's 1-2.
That could be a little unnerving. You're going out there with a no-hitter on the line, like, wait a minute, how are we working this guy? If you just get fired into the game like that.
Two balls, 2 strikes the count to Seager. That's strike 3 call. Slider caught the zone. Seager caught looking. Strikeout number 4 for Archer.
And Seager not happy at all with that because he realizes I can't do anything with this pitch. Look at that slider. It just breaks down in there. It's late. It's got tight rotation. And it is perfectly located. And I'll tell you what, that's been a big pitch for Archer here against this primarily left-handed hitting lineup with all the switch hitters.
Morales takes it wide. He hit the ball a long way to the opposite field into left center field his first time up, doubled off the wall. One and one. High hop, shallow right out from second is Zobrist. And he's got it. So Morales is out number 2. Let's check in with Todd.
All right, Dwayne, time for the AT&T Twitter poll question of the night. We asked you of the guys that are currently not on the active roster, who are you most looking forward to returning? Your choices are Alex Cobb. He's going to start the game on Thursday for the Rays. Matt Moore is going to throw a bullpen session. He may be available as early as the weekend. He's hashtag TB2. Desmond Jennings, hashtag TB3. He's going to swing a bat on Monday. And hashtag TB4, all the above. Tweet your votes to @SunSportsRays. Guys?
It'll be nice to get all of those guys back. Ibanez takes a strike. Of course, the pitching we've touched on already in the rotation with the Cobb and Moore, 2 very important parts of this club. And I'll tell you, the team really misses Jennings too. You put Jennings when Joe put Desmond back at the top of the order, and he got hot up there, started to run a little bit more on the bases and playing a great center field. It's headed up the middle and a base hit into center by Ibanez.
I love the dive there by Chris Archer.
He was spring loaded after that one.
You don't usually have time to dive as a pitcher, but Chris Archer trying to do everything that he can to keep this ball in the infield. And watch this. Great effort, A for effort. It's tough to make that move from the mound.
It's kind of a drop step dive. actually. It's pretty good form.
It was as good as you could do on a line drive back up the middle. Great effort.
Moore's hitting one toward the right field corner. That's going to be fair and will bounce up into the stands. The Rays probably get a break right there. So Ibanez stops at third on the double by Morse. Morse is 2 for 2.
Yeah, and the break coming in the fact that right here, the pitch down and away. Morse does a nice job of staying on it. But Ibanez, not a blazer speed-wise, but with 2 outs, he's running after his secondary on contact. Real good chance to score there. Now it's going to take, well, at least another hit. I hope certainly nothing in the dirt here, able to get by Lobaton, but going to take something else to get that run home.
Lobaton and Archer talk it over, and Hudson goes out to move it along. So suddenly a big spot after getting the first 2. Ibanez shoots the base hit up the middle. On the very next pitch, Morse shoots a double into the right field corner. Here's Justin Smoke. Smoke has been seeing a lot more pitches recently. Showing a lot more discipline up there. Chops this one right side, and it's off the glove of Escobar and scoots into shallow right. The throw will come through to the plate, but both runs will score. It appeared that there was going to be a play on that until Escobar grabbed it, tried to grab it with his glove and deflected it. And now it's 3-2 Seattle.
I'll tell you what, usually when a guy has a shift on him, a ball that gets through is rocketed. This ball chopped, and you see Ben Zobrist set up perfectly to make that play. But Escobar cutting across is going to redirect this ball off the end of the glove. He forces it down and away. And that little chopper against the shift sneaks through. And what really hurts is obviously 2 runs for the Mariners.
Yeah, you talk about the closest thing to being a seeing eye hit. It was just barely, and Escobar couldn't have touched that more than a whisker with the top of his glove, but just enough to deflect it away from Zobrist.
Yeah, you saw Ben perfectly set up. The Rays had the right defense. Smoke obliged, but it didn't work.
And here's Dustin Ackley. First pitch is a strike. When you think about this, all of this happening in a period of 3 pitches, really. Ibanez based it up the middle. And Morse up the right field side. Smoke hit the bounding ball to the right side. Suddenly you're behind in the game now, 3-2.
Let that be a lesson. And I'm not saying that this is what happened with Chris Archer, but it just goes to show you how quickly it can turn. And that's why it's so important to maintain concentration.
Oh, this one right back through the middle into center field, and Ackley is aboard.
Again, how quickly things can turn.
That's 4 straight hits.
Well, this is why you typically don't have time to dive as a pitcher. These balls get shot right back up the middle with some high velocity, and that went right over the rubber.
4 hits in the span of 6 pitches and 3 runs, 2 in this inning, to make it a 3-2 ball game. Otero, the catcher, fouls it back. Strike 1. Angels lead the Yankees 3-1. They're in the bottom of the 3rd in New York. Boston and Toronto scoreless in the top of the 5th in Toronto. Dempster and Richmond. Todd Richmond out of St. Pete, Northside Christian. St. Pete College doing the pitching in that game for Toronto. Todd Redmond. Foul ball. 2 strikes. So 2 outs. Then the damage. 2 runs have scored. 0-2 the count to Humberto Quintero. Upstairs, a fastball, a little extra there at 98.
Chris Archer is not happy at all with the way this inning has transpired. And after a couple of sliders, you go with the big fastball up and away, and you see 23 times now, 95 plus on the heater. The velocity's there.
Chopped to short, and the flip. Escobar de Zobris takes care of Seattle. 3-2 Mariners lead the Rays mid-4.
We continue to celebrate the Rays' involvement in the community, and we have a couple of very special guests with us right now. We have Chris Smith. She's from Mosaic, Community Relations Manager. Also, Thomas Mann, CEO of Feeding America, Tampa Bay. Let's start with the Home Runs for Food program. Tell us why that's so important, Chris.
Yeah, it's a popular program, isn't it? Home Runs for Food is a program where every time the Rays hit a home run, during the regular season, Mosaic donates $500 to Feeding America Tampa Bay. So, you know, whenever, in fact, tonight we had a home run, and it was great. So
Ben Zobrist in the very beginning of the game. And how does that impact you?
Well, when you look at the amount of donation, that's $300,000, over $300,000 over the last 4 years alone for Mosaic. And you look at that translating to meals, that's over 2.5 million meals that we've provided to the community through this a generous partnership of the Rays and Mosaic.
Unbelievable program, the Home Runs for Food program. The 2010 total was $82,000. We've got it all the way up to $89,500 last year. And this year we're still 46 games to go, $61,000.
Yeah, it's a hot year for hitting.
It's been very impressive. Now, what about the partnership with the Rays Baseball Foundation and what you do? How important is that for Mosaic?
Well, you know, it's really great. I mean, we're the three of us, Feeding America Tampa Bay, the Rays, and Mosaic, have a great partnership in that we care for families and kids and feeding those that are hungry. We're all involved together through Feeding America. The Rays are on the board, we're on the board. And, you know, it's just so important to care about our communities and work together. So we appreciate what the Rays do.
And Thomas, you guys have a very special program coming up. It's a charitable ticket offer. Tell us about that.
It is a great opportunity. The Rays have made created a program for folks that want to make a donation for $30. They get 2 tickets to a ball game later on in the year, and that money comes directly to us, and it's yet another way to provide food into the community through a partnership.
We'll be giving more information on that. You'll get 2 tickets to a game on August 28th against the Angels. There are 2 different ways that you can donate $30. And in fact, we see it right there. Feeding America Tampa Bay. There's the phone number, 1-863-286-8068. If you want to donate to the United Way Suncoast, there you see the website as well. Thomas, thank you very much. Chris, thank you very much. Your partnerships with the Rays mean so much. We appreciate it. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much. It's another way the Rays are involved with the community in a multitude of areas. Foul ball out of play by James Loney. The count 1-2 to Loney. James very big in the RBI, reviving baseball in the inner cities. In fact, not only does he support that program, but he grew up playing in that program. An alumni, called out on strikes here after driving in a run with a base hit his first time up there. And that program helps to grow interest in and participation in sports, fosters staying in school and teaching the value of teamwork and reviving baseball in the inner cities. Here's Yunel Escobar. It's 3 consecutive strikeouts for Ramirez as Escobar singles up the middle. The Rays have a base runner. Boy, I'll tell you, Ramirez, after a little bit of a rusty start in the first, has been very good since then. He was outstanding, especially in the 3rd inning.
Well, he was flat with his pitches in the 1st inning. A lot of pitches out over the plate. Rays were able to get to him, 2 runs, 4 hits, but we saw him come out in the 2nd inning, and all of a sudden he started moving some feet. Balls in off the plate, trying to make these hitters uncomfortable, and then really doing a nice job of sequencing. We talked about the one to Longoria, but even that last one to Loney. I mean, just moving the ball around, the changeup, the fastball up and in, backdoor slider. He has really been moving all 3 pitches around the zone very effectively.
1 on, 1 out. Escobar aboard for Luke Scott. Piece of that one foul. There is an interesting background out of Nicaragua. As we mentioned, a big fan of Dennis Martinez, who's been a national hero from there. But Ramirez's father fought in that Civil War they had there in the 70s. And it was actually his grandmother who fostered his interest in baseball and taught him some of the basic and perhaps some of the finer points of the game as well. Probably the biggest thing they said she did is to tell him, you go out and play and don't be afraid to play with the big boys. Says you might be younger, go out and play with the older boys.
Oh, yeah.
And he did. And here he is, eventually catching the attention of Seattle, signing with them and pitching in the big leagues.
And playing with the older kids, the bigger kids, it forces you to make adjustments in a hurry to have success. And that's what we've seen here, making adjustments early to have success.
Well, you figure the Rays maybe catch a break here. In fact, not facing King Felix, number 1.
Yep.
They have a 9-game road trip starting here. They go from playing the Rays to the Texas Rangers to the Oakland A's. 9 games. King Felix will pitch only one of those games in the middle of that road trip. Luke Scott pops it shallow left, a long run in. Ibanez makes the catch for the 2nd out. So the Rays miss Iokuma and King Felix.
It could not have been set up any better. Did not want to see those 2 guys. Well, the last time the Rays saw Felix Hernandez, he was just dropping a perfect game on him.
Well, check this. Look at the combo there of Hernandez and Iwakuma, and then the rest of their starters, 261 to 553.
Times 2.
Pitch up and in, step throw to first, and back in is Escobar. Quintero will do that. He'll do that 1st and 3rd. Fired down to first that time with Escobar, the runner there.
Good pitch to work with, too. That you got the left-handed hitter there as a screen, and that fastball again in off the plate. Quintero tries to use that to his advantage.
Hot shot foul up the right side. 1-1. Breaking ball. Rays down by a run now. Brad Miller led off with a home run. Ben Zobrist opened the Rays first with a homer. Loney drove in a run in the first. Made it 2-1, but in the top half of the fourth, Justin Smoak managed to bounce one through the shift just off the glove of Escobar, driving in 2. 1-2 the count as Lobaton fouls this one into the screen. And Lobaton is out on strikes. Rays leave a man. We're through 4. 3-2 Seattle. And this has great meaning. Mike Schmidt and Evan Longoria through their first 750 career games. And look how Longoria matches up with Mike Schmidt.
Plus 18 on the average, slugging basically a wash. 11 behind in home runs, but more runs batted in, scored the same amount of runs. That's pretty astounding.
That is really eye-opening. I mean, everybody knows the career that Evan Longoria is putting together, but this really puts it into serious perspective there. Mike Schmidt, the Hall of Fame inductee in '95 and 3-time MVP. I mean, that is tall cotton, as they say. Here's Brad Miller.
Who says that?
Pitch is high. Everybody says that.
I've never heard that one.
Really?
I'm not even trying to be funny here.
They don't grow a lot of cotton in Ohio, do they?
No, they don't. No, they don't. You wear an awful lot of it.
That's right.
You don't grow it.
Yeah, there you are. I think it makes you look taller when you wear it too. I'll tell you, that makes Longoria look pretty tall.
Yes, sir.
Right there, you stack that up against the career that Mike Schmidt had. Wow. That is eye-opening. 1 ball, 2 strikes. We got to take a trip through the Mississippi Delta one of these times. Just you and me. Just a road trip.
Okay, well, here, I'm going to tell you right now, if we do it, we're doing it, we're going to get a one of those.
Yeah.
And do it in one of those.
Absolutely.
Right?
You'll come out of there with lexicon that you never, ever knew that you could come up with. You know what we should use? We should use Madden's RV.
That's what I was looking for.
Joe already said we could use it, you know.
He did?
Yeah, as soon as he got it, I go, hey, the crew wants to use that. He goes, oh, yeah. Uh-oh. Shot to deep right, and Miller has hit it out. I mean, really hit it out. The back row of seats in right field. Brad Miller hits his second home run of the night, and that makes it 4-2 Seattle. Oh, he got a hold of that one.
He did, and that was that slider breaking down into the hot zone for a lefty, down and in. And Brad Miller makes the adjustment. That has been a good pitch for Chris Archer all game long. The slider into the left-handed hitters, but the adjustment made, boy, that is deep.
Nick Franklin takes a fastball for a strike. Fly ball, center field. Myers waiting for this one. One away. So the Mariners have hit 2 home runs tonight. Brad Miller has hit both of them.
Well, he came into the ball game with 2 home runs on the season. And 2 here tonight. This is a team that the home run has become a big part of their offense. In fact, coming into play tonight, 47, almost 47.5% of their runs have come via the home run. Tops in all of baseball.
Well, get this about Miller as Seager takes the pitch for a strike. Miller has 4 home runs now, and he has two home run games. The other 2 came against Houston on the 19th of July. Oh! Seager is hit by that pitch, and I think it appeared to get the helmet, and boy, we're grateful for that.
Yeah, that was a fastball up and in.
Let me see if it got the helmet or the shoulder. Oh, got him in the shoulder, a glancing blow. Wow.
Only because he got the head out of there. I mean, just gets it down enough. Wow, it actually clipped the back of that helmet. Yep. That's where fastballs get dangerous, up and in. And you see Archer doing, what Ramirez has done. You want to start moving some guys off the plate. That one just got away from him.
Kendrys Morales. And a strike. Seager's at first, 1 away. Into the dirt, and advancing is Seager. Ball skipping to the left of Lobaton. A wild pitch now.
A slider that Chris Archer tried to jump on, and Kyle Seager wisely able to take advantage of this ball in the dirt. Lobaton, he's just going to try to get down, block it, keep it in front. Glancing blow, and that allows Seager to move up.
One and one to count to Morales. Just with a slider, 2-1. Morales has been tough with men in scoring position. Came into the game hitting .340. Three balls and a strike. We saw Jim Hickey on the phone to the bullpen, and Lobaton's going to go to the mound to spend some time with Archer. And it appears that Jamie Wright will begin to throw. 2-run ball game right now. We're in the 5th. Brad Miller has hit 2 leadoff home runs tonight. 1 in the first and 1 in the fifth. Ground ball right side. That advances Seager to third. Morales is out at first. Zobrist to Loney.
Well, no easy task, but now with 2 outs, Chris Archer just needs to hone in on Raul Ibanez and get out of this inning. Dangerous bat of Kendrys Morales. Take that ground ball to second base all day long. Still all right in the pitch count category.
A big hitter for him. Raul Ibanez, the veteran left-handed hitter. Scored a run after a base hit his last time, and Lobaton blocks that one.
Well, that's the one thing that you do get worried about. Seager was able to move up to second base because of a breaking ball in the dirt. That was just a fastball that got spiked. That's going to get a visit here by Jim Hickey. You can understand that breaking ball down in the dirt, but the fastball cause for concern. Jim Hickey's so good at these visits. Knows the right time to go out, try to calm his pitcher down, get him back on track.
Yeah, he does have a way of handling pitchers. We all know how difficult that is.
See, you only have to deal with one. Hickey's got to deal with 12, 13.
That's amazing just in and of itself.
I know. Because you've got to be able to relate to each and every guy.
Yep.
and figure out, okay, when I want to make a mechanical adjustment with this guy or kind of move him in the right direction, what is he going to respond to?
Yeah.
And it's different for everybody.
Sure is.
You can't cookie cutter.
Up and away. 2 balls, no strikes.
You know, with Chris Archer, Jim Hickey may go out there and recite a poem. You don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever works. Share some Shakespeare, perhaps.
Drop some knowledge on it. 3-0 the count. Seager at third. There is a strike. 3-1. Deep breath there by Chris Archer, trying to get out of this and keep it a 2-run deficit. Strike 2. How about that? A 3-1 slider, and he gets a strike.
Now that's been the pitch that's been working for him all game long, except for the one to Miller that actually had a little bit more depth to it. He dropped the barrel right on it. But that's been a huge pitch, and what that opens up here 3-2 in Ibanez's mind is Archer may come with anything.
And a foul ball. Got just a little piece of that one. Doubled up.
Well, that last one was so well located, and like I said, if you throw that 3-1 to Ibanez, and you're not going to give in to him here with the base open, you're not going to give him a 3-1 cookie right down the middle of the plate, you know, let him take a whack at it. But he throw that 3-1 for a strike, who knows what you're going to come with after that.
3-2 again, and he takes this one as it broke down and in out of the zone. So Ibanez goes to first. It's the lone walk he's given up. He hits Seager, who's now at third. Ibanez at first, and the hitter's going to be Michael Morse.
You know, that was an interesting at-bat there with Ibanez in the way that what a hitter does to you affects how you're going to pitch him the next time up. You know, remember the first at-bat, he struck out Ibanez, and he did it by just powering fastballs right by him. Second at-bat, a fastball, base hit up the middle. Now all of a sudden he gets to a hitter's count and runs away from the fastball, goes with 3 straight breaking balls.
Opening fastball in to Morse for a strike. He's up on him 0-2, fouling off that fastball, and that had 97 behind it.
Remember, Morris took that ball up the right field line in his last at bat. That fastball ran in a little bit, kind of tied him up, and gets that count out in Archer's favor. Got to put him away here, and he's got the weapons to do it. Going to go up. You see Lobaton with that high glove.
And he lays off 97 high, 1-2.
Now, it's always about throwing to the target, and it's not always as easy to locate the fastball that you want elevated. You're taught your whole career, pitch down, down, down. Sometimes to elevate, you need that visual.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Hard stuff to get him. 2 men left. A run scores. 4-2 Seattle. Great lease and finance deals on fuel-efficient Hondas. And by Tampa Bay Radiation Oncology. When cancer strikes, strike back with CyberKnife. Available at Tampa Bay Radiation Oncology. 4-2 ball game. Brad Miller's hit a couple home runs, and here's the first pitch to Kelly Johnson. He strokes that one off the bottom of the wall and right, and will make the turn and have to hold it first. The ball came right back to Michael Morse, who had it in his hands, and Johnson wisely decided to hang on at first base.
Well, there's a situation where you get penalized by hitting the ball too hard. This breaking ball, middle of the plate, Kelly Johnson hammers it, but it gets out there so quick, he cannot get to second base.
Ben Zobrist. He shoots one deep to right. Morse back, and that one's going to get out of here. Ben Zobrist has hit his second home run of the night. The game is tied at 4. We have a slugfest between the two leadoff hitters tonight.
And again, we're in the 5th inning. Erasmo Ramirez on the mound. There's never a shortage of action when he's pitching by his team or the opposition. And what we've seen this inning is the same thing that we saw in the first. Pitches out over the plate, Johnson, now Zobrist capitalizing.
And Matt Joyce takes a pitch away. It's the second home run of the night for Ben. His third career multi-home run game.
Well, how about this, Dwayne? We now have 28+ innings pitched for Erasmo Ramirez this year. And so far, we have now 49 runs scored between the Mariners and their opposition in those 28 innings.
How about that? So the Rays right back even on the home run by Zobrist. Joyce lifts it toward right center, and Morse makes the call, but it's caught by Ackley. One away. Now Miller homered in the first and the fifth. Zobrist has homered in the first and the fifth. Here's Evan Longoria. Right back to the mound and off the glove of Ramirez. Picked up by Franklin, and the throw's still going to be in time to get Longoria.
Well, you talk about being bailed out. That was a easy chop play to Ramirez. And he just, I don't know, takes his eye off the ball. That ball off the glove and bailed out by Franklin. Nice play here.
On the bare hand pickup. Will Myers. Myers looking for his first hit of the game, 0 for 2. He fouls it back. Pitch a slider and it was flat again.
Now we've seen very few of those pitches that have had good depth to it. More of a sweeper, a slurvy type of breaking ball. Good velocity on it, just not the depth.
There's a high shot back into center field. Ackley going back to the track, and he's got room to make the catch. So Myers made a bid. Zobrist hit one out. A 2-run shot. That has tied this game through 5, 4-4.
Work in the community. We continue with some of our special partners here with the Tampa Bay Rays. Joe Heiss, Vice President of Public Relations and Marketing for the Moffitt Cancer Center. Let's talk about the Rays and Moffitt Cancer Center. You guys have an amazing partnership. Tell us some of the ways the Rays have impacted you.
Well, you know, we've been involved with the Rays for a dozen years, it seems like. And some of the bigger things are the Miles for Moffitt race that we do. The Rays are our main sponsor. Evan came out with his little baby this year.
That's right.
We had a number of players. We give tickets away, so that's a great event. And then the throwback game. All of those jerseys are donated and sold to benefit Moffitt Research. It's really a great partnership.
Yeah, we got the Turn Back the Clock auction, the Magnolia Ball.
Magnolia Ball, probably the biggest charity event in the Tampa Bay area every year. We have representatives from the team, from team management. We give away and sell away game tickets. It's really a great event.
And Moffitt Cancer Center and the Miles for Moffitt you mentioned a little while ago with Evan there and Jamie was there, the little baby. It's just every year it seems like we try and get new and more participants out there. It's really become something people look forward to all year in the community.
It is. In the 7 years that we've been involved with the Rays and the race, we've raised over $1 million for research.
Over $1 million.
And Moffitt is the third largest cancer center in the country, and those research dollars really help us treat the patients, and we're going to find a cure for cancer.
I like to hear that. Guys, it's an amazing, Moffitt Cancer Center is an amazing group of people that work in conjunction with the Rays and just do so many great things in the community, Joe.
It's a great partnership. We really love the Rays.
We appreciate you guys as well. Thank you so much, Joe.
Good to be here. Thank you.
All right, let's go back to Dwayne and Bia, guys.
All right, Todd, thank you. Justin Smoak with a 2-2 count. He fouls it away. Of course, as he mentioned, Evan was out there for the Miles for Moffitt. He's a spokesperson for the Moffitt Cancer Center Miles for Moffitt. So there he also supported the Pet Pal Animal Shelter this year and involved in the Reading with the Rays program. Still 2-2 to Smoak. Boy, just up and down the line when you talk about the Rays' involvement. Desmond Jennings this year's taken over some of the dugout clubs and recreation centers in South St. Pete. Sean Rodriguez and his wife Giselle support Autism Speaks. It's one right after another. It's really part of, almost as part of the game as playing it itself. Base hit the other way for Smoak. Into left, and he's on for the second time.
I think that's the most impressive thing when you start to talk about Rays in the community is it's not being headlined by a couple of guys.
Yep.
Everybody is involved.
Yep. From top to bottom. Well, Joe Madden comes out of the dugout. He's set to make a pitching change here. That's going to be it for Chris Archer. 5 innings plus 1 hitter in the 6th. Time for the Metro PCS call to the bullpen. Base. This game tied 4-4, 5 innings plus. He gives up 9 hits, charged with 4 runs. Plus the man on. He struck out 5 and walked 1. Leaves after making 91 pitches, and Joe Maddon wants the lefty. Just joining the club from Houston today. Wesley Wright. There's the breakout lefty righty. Wright making his Rays debut here against Dustin Ackley. And he throws a strike, the fastball at 90.
Left-handers they've had more success off of Wesley Wright this season than in past, but Joe Maddon looking at Wright as a guy to come in and get out the tough lefties and getting him indoctrinated into the Rays way very quickly here. That's always a plus.
You know, something I think a lot of managers love to do that. As soon as they get a guy, let's get him right into the middle of the action as soon as you can.
Yeah. You don't want him sitting around thinking about it. That goes for a guy that's newly traded to the team or a call up from the minor leagues. Get him right out there in some action.
Yeah, and this is a guy who was busy in Houston.
Yeah.
He's made a lot of appearances.
He's the left-handed Joel Peralta. I believe he made 54, now 55 appearances. Rays got to take a look at him in Houston.
Two and two. The Mariners have had men on base in every inning except the third. Rays got the home run from Zobrist to tie it. Smokes aboard, nobody out. The foul ball the other way by Ackley. Tapper right side. Count goes full.
That was a nice scoop there on the fastball down by Lobaton. Lucky that he came up with that in a clean manner. You would have seen Justin Smoke more than likely move into scoring position.
Fly ball center field. Myers will have to go back for it. Still back on the track. It's going to be off the bottom of the wall. Smoke hitting third. They're going to wave him around. The throw comes to the plate too late. All the way to third goes Ackley, and it's 5-4 Seattle.
Oh, that right there is a case in point on where you miss a Desmond Jennings. That ball was up there for a long time. That's a ball that Desmond Jennings more than likely gets to. Will Myers heading back to try to make a play on this. Well struck. That ball middle in and down. And Ackley gets down and through it, gets a good amount of carry on this ball to center field. And watch Will Myers going back, trying to get to it. And not going to be able to. Not only that, though, he pins himself up against the wall. And now the ball bounding away is going to allow those runners to just keep on chucking it.
So the infield will come up now with Ackley at third and nobody out. Quintero, the catcher. And the pitch is a strike. This one is down. 1-1. Quintero spent some time on that Houston ball club catching Wright. Wesley Wright On in relief of Archer. That run charged to Archer. 5 runs charged to Chris. Up the right side, foul. 1-2.
Nobody out, runner on third. A very difficult situation here for the Rays, but now 2 strikes. Wright can try to concentrate on putting away his former battery mate, try to get a strikeout here and move on to the next guy.
And it misses low. Fastball. 2-2.
Wanting to keep everything down. Infield in. You want that ball to beat into the ground and hopefully right at somebody or pick up the strikeout.
Check swing, and that's fouled out of play. Toronto continues to lead Boston 1-0. The game is now in the bottom of the 6th inning. Todd Redmond out after 5 1/3. Cecil got through the 6th. Swing and a miss. Quintero thought he fouled it into the dirt, but he's out on strikes. 1 away here in the 6th. We'll check in again with Todd.
All right, Dwayne. Wesley Wright, his reaction when he found out he was heading to the Rays.
A little shocked, excited, sad, all at the same time. You know, you get used to being in a place for part of 6 seasons. It becomes your, home, and I had a lot of great teammates over there. So I was a little shocked and excited at the same time to get into a situation where I have a chance to go to the playoffs, something I've never done before, and just want to come in and contribute the best way I can.
Guys, when he walked to the clubhouse, first jersey he saw was Jamie Wright's. He said, "This jersey's not going to fit me," but then he was glad to find his own. Back to you.
Here's Miller chopping it to first. Loney's going to make the play unassisted. So Ackley is still at third. So Miller chopping out on the first pitch. So a couple of very big outs with Ackley at third base in this 1-run ball game. The Rays have their left-handed right in there right now, and they have their right-handed right up the right side in the bullpen now.
Just trying to piece it all together, Dwayne.
There's Nick Franklin.
You're gonna have to give me a minute.
Pitch a little wide. 1 ball, no strikes. Franklin pops it foul. That's going to carry out of play, and it's 1-1.
All right, I got it now. I got it. I'm good for the rest of the inning. Yep.
Okay, good.
Pieced it together. I got a little chart over here, and I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. I can finish strong here in the 6th.
It's a good feeling, isn't it?
It is. And all my ducks are in a row.
Good for a strong finish here in the late stages of this game for the Rays.
6th inning.
Yep.
Time to turn it up.
There is a strike, and it's 1-2.
Well, I'll tell you what, it would be a huge boon to this Rays team if Wright is able to escape this inning with just the 1 run coming around on his watch. Had a runner at third, nobody out. So far, so good, and in a good count here.
Franklin bounds it out of play. We'll see another 1-2 pitch. Alfonso Soriano's hit his 21st home run. Yankees home against the Angels, top of the 6th. That's 4-3 New York. Trumbo hit his 26th earlier in the game for the Angels. 2-2 the count on Franklin. And the count is full.
Still a lot of weapons here at Wright's disposal. He can come back with that well-located fastball, come back with the changeup, try to get Franklin out in front. Got the left-handed hitting Kyle Seager on deck.
That adds some action. That change up, down and away, 3-2 to get Franklin. 1 run scores for Seattle, and the Rays are down 5-4. Long ball to this one. Brad Miller led off with a home run in the first inning. Ben Zobrist answered with a home run in the Rays first. Then the Mariners scored 2 in the 4th. They got a home run from Brad Miller again in the 5th inning. And the Rays got a home run in the bottom of the 5th from Ben Zobrist to tie the game. Smoke scored in the 6th. Rode home on the Ackley triple. And leading off James Loney here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Takes the off-speed pitch for a strike. Erasmus Ramirez pitching tonight. Chopped to short. Miller makes the play. Well, the home runs by Zobrist and Miller, the 2 leadoff hitters in this game. It's the 3rd time in Major League history for multi-home run games for leadoff hitters. The last time it was done was 1994. Chuck Knobloch for the Twins and Tony Phillips playing for the Tigers did it on June the 5th of '94, and the other time was 1965 in July of '65. Escobar fouls it, and Joe Morgan for Houston and Felipe Alou for the Milwaukee Braves. So Morgan and Alou in '65 and Knobloch and Phillips in '94. And tonight Miller and Zobrist, multi-home run games out of the leadoff hitters. 1-1 to count to Escobar. It's amazing in a way that that's only been done 3 times. Two balls and a strike.
Without a question. I mean, you start to think about guys like Ricky Henderson, who's not afraid to come out.
Yeah.
ambush pitchers.
Lou Brock led off. He could hit home runs. There've been a lot of leadoff guys, you know, with plenty of pop.
For the third time.
Well, it was the rookie Brad Miller doing it. That 1965 was Joe Morgan's rookie year. So a couple of rookies involved in those 3 times. There's ball 4. Escobar is on for the 2nd time tonight. First walk given up by Ramirez. Be sure and tune in tomorrow night for the Wednesday night showdown as the Rays take on the Mariners. Sponsored by your Tampa Bay area Mazda dealers. Well, a runner at first with 1 out. We're going to get a pitching change here. That's going to be it for Ramirez. Robbie Thompson acting as the manager here for Seattle. Time for the Metro PCS call to the bullpen. Four runs, and he is responsible for a man on as he departs. America's new sports network is almost here. Fox Sports 1 will be your home for live sports. Shows like Crowd Goes Wild, Fox Football Daily, and Fox Sports Live. The news and highlights shows fans have been waiting for. America's new sports network, Fox Sports 1, premieres this Saturday, August 17th. Oliver Perez, the new pitcher, following Ramirez. Luke Scott to face the lefty. First pitch away, 1 ball, no strikes.
Oliver Perez on for the 46th time, the former starter. 2-3 record, 40 2/3 innings. How about the strikeouts at 57? And you can see how tough he can be on lefties with that arm angle, the sweeping slider.
1-1 to count. Orvis Medina up in the bullpen now for Seattle. Joel Peralta is up for the Rays. Inside, 2-1. There's Peralta.
Speaking of the Rays bullpen, something that you don't see very often. How about the Rays now with more lefties than right-handers in their bullpen? That's an oddity in and of itself.
And even the guy who's throwing right now, there have been times when Madden would treat him as a left-hander. He'd have him come in there to get lefties. Two to Scott. Takes it the other way. Got a chance to drop. Ibanez will play it on 2 hops. Down to second goes Escobar, and Scott drops a base hit into left.
Now, Raul Ibanez wanted no part of that ball. That ball was kind of floated out there into left field by Luke Scott, but Ibanez pulled up early, so early that that ball bounced twice before it got to him. This ball was not hit that hard. 2 strikes, and Luke Scott hits it the other way. Not wanting to make a costly mistake, and Ibanez plays it safe, and now the Rays with 2 aboard.
And Jose Lobaton, the Rays switch hitting catcher, turning around to hit right-handed.
By the way, Dwayne, we just had a close-up shot there quick on Luke Scott. I believe that rat tail is now blue. He colored it.
First we had just the rat tail, then it was braided and beaded.
Yeah.
And now it's blue?
Yeah, it's blue. See what happens when you go out to L.A., baby?
Yeah, that's it.
Uh-huh.
The L.A. influence right there.
That's got Sunset Strip written all over it.
Sometimes you don't know how it turned blue. Swing and a miss. 0-2.
With all the free time we had out there, Dwayne, I had one of those nights.
Did you?
Yeah.
I can't wait to get a full report.
It's good.
I've got to start taking notes.
This will be a page turner, I promise you.
And a cut and a miss. Lobaton is out on strikes.
Well, you want to talk about creating some deception? How about Oliver Perez going all Louis T on Jose Lobaton? Completely turning his back before coming back with that breaking ball, and Lobaton not able to get it.
Yeah, when he checks the runner at second, he really checks the runner.
Pays him full attention.
He turns to Escobar and says, I have my eye, both of them, on you. And oh, here's the pitch to the hitter.
And he all of that, he said.
Yeah. Now Kelly Johnson. Sweeps wide, 1 ball, no strikes. Oliver first got to the big leagues with the Padres. There's a strike. It's 1-1. Oliver Perez. Then the Pirates. Then the Mets. Now the Mariners. Two one. Rays down 5-4. They've been out hit 10-8. That sweeps in for strike 2 call.
Boy, that's a nasty breaking ball to a left-handed hitter. That low arm angle by Perez, not quite sidearm, but it's way out there, and then he sweeps it. Sweep the breaking ball. Difficult to pull the trigger. Gonna have to now with 2 strikes.
And strike 3 called. He came right back with that slider. Got him looking. Rays leave 2 through 6. They trail by 1.
lead. And you, the fans, asked, and we delivered. Tonight, after the postgame show, debuts a brand new Inside the Rays on who else but Wil Myers. I flew up to Thomasville, North Carolina to bring you the backstory on the rookie who has taken the league by storm. Now, BA, I don't know if you slept with your new gloves, but Wil's mom, Pam, has a phenomenal story of Wil getting a new bat as a youngin', and guess what? He tucked that little thing in with him at night. I gotta know, were you that precious?
I got to tell you, Kelly, no, I was not. I did not have it in bed with me, but I had it under the edge of the bed in breaking it in. You would caress this glove all night long, and then bedtime, you put a baseball in it, you tuck the thumb to the finger, and you put it under the bed.
Yeah, but you were that precious. That was the question.
I thought you were talking about the glove.
The last question was, were you that precious?
Maybe to my mother, and that's about it. And even that's a maybe.
Joel Peralta is the new pitcher. Now Seager takes the pitch outside, 1-0. Shift is on for Seager. It's foul, out of play, 1-1. So Peralta on in the 7th, one of those times when the Rays, number 1, are trailing. Number 2, it's not the 8th, but the middle part of the order's up here. And Madden unleashes Peralta on the 3, 4, and 5 hitters.
And realizing that you cannot allow this Mariner team to increase this lead at all. So you go with your best against their best late in the game.
Two balls and a strike. Peralta last worked on Friday in the Dodgers series. A cut and a miss by Seager. It's 2-2.
Now you get the switch. Evan Longoria moving over to play on the right here second base side. Escobar back over at his position of short.
And the count will go to 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Oh, and still as a hitter here against Peralta, you know what hitters like to do? They like to eliminate pitches. They like to get into an at-bat against a guy and be able to work a count to where they can say, okay, not probably going to come with this pitch. You start to eliminate it down, increase your odds. You can't do that with Peralta. He's just as liable to throw a split here as he does the first pitch of an at-bat. You just never know with him. That's what makes him so difficult to face.
3-2. And he gets him. Strikes him out.
And how about that? You know, Kyle Seager, a good fastball hitter, and the last 2 strikes of this at-bat, Peralta able to power past him a 90-mile-an-hour fastball and 89-mile-an-hour fastball. Just the uncertainty of what you're going to see, and he can sneak it by you.
All it takes is just a little doubt.
That's it. And you just get a hitter. You like to divide a pitcher's mind with good base runners. Well, you can divide a hitter's mind with a lot of quality pitches.
Pitch to Kendrys Morales is down. 1 ball, no strikes. Yeah, you get a guy worried just a little bit. The phrase dividing his mind is exactly what a pitcher does to a hitter there. That allows, in this case, Peralta to be successful.
Well, and the thing about it, too, is there's so many guys lighting up the radar gun nowadays that you say, well, 90-mile-an-hour fastball, 89, that's not that hard. Go stand in on it.
Yeah.
That still gets there in a hurry. You don't have a lot of time to think, even if it's 89, 90. And if that brain is even floating around with, well, split, that's all it takes.
Yep.
That's why hitters will tell you they sit, you know, on that fastball, react to the off speed. Easier said than done.
3-0. Well, that's where the mental side of the game comes in. And if you're a good reliever, especially late, it's a good idea to have that element available to you. Really, pitching at any time. But we see Peralta do that all the time. There's a strike. 2-1.
Well, you have to have no fear. You're coming in late in the game, typically tight games. Your team is counting on you for a hold, a clean inning, not a lot of margin for error. You better have some guts.
And that pitch just missed for ball 4. Well, and that's the battle. If you're a pitcher and you can have a clear mind with what you want to do, and there's that pitch. I'll tell you, that was a strike according to Foxtrack.
That's sometimes where you don't get the call because Lobaton is set up on the outer half. That ball ends up on the inner half, so he reaches back across his body, and the umpire's like, well, he's catching it outside of his torso. That's got to be a ball. Not necessarily.
Now Raul Ibanez. There's a strike. Ibanez singled and scored in the 4th. He walked in the 5th. The split up, also the change of speed.
And a hitter in Ibanez that's trying to go yard, and he just really let loose on that swing. Maybe too much.
Still 2 strikes. Got a little piece of that one. Fouled it, and so the count remains at an 0-2. Morales at first, 1 out. Ibanez the hitter, Morris on deck.
This is an interesting chess match going on between these two. Raul Ibanez, like you said, 41 years old, a ton of experience in these types of situations.
Did he go? He did not on the appeal, says Marty Foster.
That was close.
I think it was close.
Really close. Ibanez committing towards that split. The head of that bat is awfully active.
Wow. I'm telling you.
He took it right up to the line.
Now 1 ball, 2 strikes. And he stays alive, fouling that one. Well, these guys late in games have to be so cool. And Peralta's an example of a guy like that who either intuitively and probably intellectually understands the advantage a pitcher has. And that's something Joe Maddon had said before. Pitcher always has an advantage if he can make the pitch.
Right.
You know, so he just, the dynamic of that matchup and who initiates the action gives the pitcher the advantage, and Peralta grasped that completely. Popped up, foul ball though, and it's going to be back and out of play.
Well, you would always like to be the guy initiating the action rather than having to react.
That's right.
So when you are the one listen, no one can do anything until the pitcher delivers that ball. And if he executes, boy, the odds for this guy go way down. I mean, a good hitter is going to make out 7 out of 10 at-bats. And a lot of those hits that he gets to make up that 300 average are mistakes.
Yep.
They're not the well-executed pitch. Well-executed pitcher hit about $110 up, if that.
The 1-2 again. Ground ball, and that's going to go through. A base hit. Headed to third, Morales. And Ibanez puts it into play and gets it through.
Well, and there were, we talked about 110 on a well-executed pitch. I mean, who knows what the actual number is, but this was a well-executed pitch by Peralta. Split down and away, moving off the plate, but you see Ibanez just able to go out there. Look at him just kind of fade out there and get the bat around it and get enough of it to get it up the middle. Boy, that was a nice piece of hitting and a very veteran at bat there by the 41-year-old Ibanez.
Well, there's a case of a guy doing what a good hitter does, and that is keep the at bat alive. He fouled off pitches, kept it alive, was down in the count, and then by putting it into play winds up with a base hit. Michael Saunders comes on to pinch run for Ibanez now. And Michael Morse is the hitter. Pitch is a strike. Foul. 0-2.
One thing for sure here with Michael Morse is when he was taking hitting lessons growing up as a kid, and the hitting coach told him, you want to get your hands away from the body.
He did.
I mean, yes, he did. You don't typically see this kind of separation. He gets this bat about as far away from his body as you can.
Morales third. Saunders the pinch runner at first. And a line foul. The bullpen. Oh, my aching hand. Two strikes the count to Morse. Peralta working through the seventh. And a tap foul. So another two-strike pitch to be made by Peralta.
Well, this is just another one of those situations. Cannot panic. You got to continue to take it one pitch at a time. First and third, one out. Certainly can't have the Mariners continue to extend this lead.
And a cut and a miss. He strikes out Michael Morse. Got him on the split.
Wow, this is just beautiful here. This split had late action. Probably the best one that he's thrown this inning. Middle of the plate, too. And Morse has to protect with two strikes. You can't expect to hit that pitch.
So it's first and third, two gone, and Justin Smoke is going to be the hitter. He has 2 hits tonight. And Robbie Thompson, the acting manager, managing in the place of Eric Wedge, who had that that's a light, they call it a light stroke, or mild stroke. It's hard to imagine that there is such a thing as that. They're all serious.
Better believe that.
Robbie Thompson managing in his absence, and Thompson, as he really thinks that Smoke is starting to figure things out. Two hits tonight, 1-0. There's Robbie Thompson. They think that Eric Wedge could be back on the next homestand, which is really great news if that indeed is the case. In his absence, Robbie Thompson, who's out of Florida, out of West Palm Beach, the acting manager. Swing and a miss. Smoke swinging over the split. It's 1-1.
And you expect that he's going to see a bunch of those. He's a good low fastball hitter, and to your point, Dwayne, the last 45 games, if you include tonight's game, he is hitting 300, has 10 home runs. Things starting to turn the corner. Tremendous amount of power potential.
Over to first, diving back in, the pinch runner Saunders. Ground ball to first, grabbed there by Loney, stepping on the bag to retire the side. 2 men left by Seattle. We go to the bottom of the 7th, 5-4, Rays down by 1. Ben Zobrist, a 2-home run night. The 2 leadoff hitters in this game each have 2 home runs. And Ben Zobrist will open the bottom of the 7th inning. He'll turn around to hit right-handed against the lefty Oliver Perez. Michael Saunders stays on to play left after running for Ibanez. And Zobrist checks in time. Wally Bell, the crew chief down there at first base, says he did not offer. There's a shot back into center. catch. The long drive to deep center field off the bat of Zobrist for the out.
Oh boy, wouldn't that have been a special night? The third home run from both sides of the plate. Zobrist making a bid. Another fastball he gets out over the plate, but to the big part of the field. That allowed Ackley to get back with a few feet to spare.
Now Matt Joyce to face the lefty. The pitch too low, 1 ball, no strikes. Pitch sweeping away from the left-handed bat of Joyce. It's 1-1. Two and one. There's a strike on the outer part of the plate. Fastball from Perez. Jake McGee up in the bullpen. Rays have had Archer, Wright, Wesley Wright, and Joel Peralta in this game. And the count is full.
Perez has to come in here now, and this was kind of looked at each other when this matchup started. Matt Joyce, who's not gotten a lot of time to play against left-handed pitchers, now facing an extremely difficult one in Perez with the arm angle and the sweeping breaking ball. You figure this is not a very good matchup. If you look at it on paper for the Rays, maybe.
Well, we saw the effect that that sweeping slider had on Kelly Johnson.
Yeah.
And he walks Joyce. How about that?
Well, of course. Because you say to yourself, Matt Joyce, you're figuring someone's going to pinch hit for Matt Joyce in that situation because of the type of pitcher that Perez is. Of course, the Rays don't, and it works out just fine.
So with Evan Longoria due up, Robbie Thompson out to make the pitching change. We're going to see the third pitcher of the night for Seattle on the Metro PCS call to the bullpen. In the bottom of the seventh, Evan Longoria due up for the Rays, and Yorvis Medina is on to pitch for Seattle.
Well, you can see in 47 innings, 48 strikeouts, but also 23 walks. So command is something that can elude Medina every now and then. He's got a tough matchup here.
Pitch is low and away. Medina out of Venezuela. Throw to first. Joyce back in. Medina has been in the Mariners organization since 2006. 2-0. Their starter Ramirez out of Nicaragua. Perez, who pitched an inning out of Mexico, and now Medina out of Venezuela.
The Caribbean swing.
It stays high. Breaking ball, and it's 3-0 to Longoria.
And this is exactly where Medina hurts himself, is with the command, and we've seen pitches all over the zone, none of which have been strikes. And now that puts Evan up 3-0, a great count.
And ball 4 on 4 consecutive pitches.
And all of them missed wildly. Rays didn't have to work very hard there to get a runner into scoring position.
Well, Ramirez walked one man in 5 1/3. That was Escobar. Perez walked Joyce. And now a walk to Longoria by Medina. We'll get Will Myers to the plate. Early Furbush, the lefty, starts to loosen in the bullpen. Myers takes a high fastball. So that's 5 straight pitches out of the zone delivered by Medina.
Now, if you're Will Myers, you're starting to think of one pitch, one spot.
Oh, big chopper foul.
that may have been it. That was a good pitch to hit right there. Myers fouls it off. Still got a couple more to work with. Watch for this fastball.
Tapper foul. With fastball, and it's 1-2.
Now just enough late action on those fastballs that actually were out over the plate, but just a little bit of action takes it to the bottom of the barrel of that bat. Fouled off on the ground.
And Myers out on strikes. That fastball had some action down.
Yeah, and he got Will Myers to expand his strike zone there. 2 balls out over the plate, not able to come up with. Obviously, I think Will Myers frustrated, and then it ends up after a ball. That was the 5th straight out of the zone. And right there, pretty good pitch to hit. Another one got extension on, and then
it's like a lot of pitchers, if they can get the ball down, they get some nice action down there too. And Myers down in the count, 1-2, chased it.
And I think, you know, listen, Will Myers, you can ask him, but I think you ended up getting frustrated because you had 2 fastballs previous to that were hittable pitches that you didn't drill. And we've seen Will Myers pitches out over the plate. He has put a hurting on those. He fouls off those 2, and now you're super frustrated. You get another fastball, you go right after it, but this one's out of the zone.
James Loney's ahead in the count, 1-0. And a strike breaking pitch. And it's 1-1.
And a pretty nifty one, too. Starting that ball off the plate. Some good break.
Ground ball to short. Miller steps on the bag, close, and he just did beat Evan into the bag for the force play at second. Rays put 2 men on and leave them there. On to the 8th, 5-4 Seattle. We go to the 8th inning in this 5-4 ball game. Ben Zobrist a 2-home run night. Brad Miller a 2-home run night for Seattle. Mariners scored the go-ahead run in the 6th inning. And as we go to the 8th, Jake McGee becomes the 4th pitcher of the night for the Rays.
Well, Jake McGee comes on for the 51st time. Looking to keep this Mariner lead at 1. 55 strikeouts, 43 2/3.
He's on to face Dustin Ackley, the left-handed bat. Ackley 2 for 3 tonight. The pitch is upstairs, 1-0. Ackley hit into the double play back in the 2nd inning, nicely initiated by James Loney at first. Then he singled in the 4th and tripled home a run in the 6th. Jake gets a strike call right there. Archer pitched 5 innings plus, charged with 5 runs. Wesley Wright inherited a man. He scored. He pitched 1 inning, gave up no runs. Peralta a scoreless inning. 2-1 to count to Ackley. There's a strike. 2-2 on this night when we've highlighted the Rays' work in the community. Jake McGee and wife Morgan supporting the Pediatric Cancer Foundation. Active in that way. 2-2 to Ackley here in the 8th. Down the left side, foul. That will be out of play.
Ackley in survival mode. Tough matchup here. Lefty going up against Jake McGee. You got a pretty good idea that you're going to see lots of fastballs, and that would be accurate, but they are high velocity fastballs, and when they are well located, not much you're going to be able to do about it. Sometimes even when they're not, tough to catch up to.
2, and he fouls it back. He got a fastball at 97.
I love that shot there too. Jake McGee looking in for the sign, gives the shake off. But I mean, what are you shaking off? A lot of times that's
simply the art of deception.
That's it. And that's what's great too, because it's not even necessarily that you really are shaking. There's a sign from the catcher that will be just to shake your head, just to try to put a thought into a hitter's mind.
Count's going to go full. That fastball down at 99.
Now that's where you come up with that high octane velocity. And you're trying to, like you said, Dwayne, you're trying to put that thought into Ackley's mind on the shake that, okay, wait a minute, I know he's going to throw a fastball. So if he's shaking, is he going to go to the breaking ball? Get him thinking. Sometimes.
3-2. Ground ball, base hit. Sent a fastball back into center to lead off the 8th. Right now, let's go to the Fox Sports 1 studio for this game break. Rays 3 games back of Boston, starting play today in the American League East. Mariners have put the leadoff man aboard in the 8th. Now Quintero, the catcher, tries to put down the bunt and does so foul. Strike 1. Roberto Quintero up here. 0 for 3 on the night. The Mariners trying to get Ackley up to second.
Been a small ball from a team that has gathered most of its runs via the long ball. They're looking to extend this lead. Happy at 5-4.
Double play ball. Escobar, Zobrist 1, Loney 2. 6-4-3.
Do you think that Robbie Thompson regrets taking the bunt sign off right here? I mean, this is as tailor-made as you're going to get. Couple hops to Escobar. Zobrist finishes it off.
And here's Brad Miller. He's had a very good night at the plate. His second 2-home run game of the year. Lifts it foul, out of play. Strike 1. He had collected some home runs in the minor leagues, so this is not altogether surprising for him, the power that he has.
Miller, take the protein shake.
Tough here against that left-hander's fastball at 97. Fly ball, center field. Long run for Myers. He gets there and on the track makes the catch. Myers had a long way to go after that one. We go to the bottom of the 8th. 5-4 Seattle. First game of this 3-game series, and tomorrow's pitching matchup brought to you by Chevron. Right-hander Aaron Harang will do the pitching for Seattle. David Price, after his 7th win of the year, on the hill for the Rays tomorrow night. Harang and Price will be with you at 6:30. First pitch fouled right back by Escobar. A fastball and fouled it. Escobar has singled and walked tonight, officially 1 out of 2. Fly ball lifted to center. Ackley. 1 gone.
Well, after that 4-pitch walk to Evan Longoria, we really saw Medina tighten up. Good firm fastball with some late action, especially the further down in the zone that he gets it, and a sharp raking slider. And he's able to just continue to let that pitch run away from the right-handed hitters.
So Luke Scott faces the right-hander Medina. This pitch bites down and in, and Scott checked in time. Cut and a miss. Now 1-1. Luke trying to lift that pitch. And Scott checked again on the appeal. That's Foster down there at third. As he held up. That was close. 2-1.
See it right here, middle of the plate down, and I'm afraid the Rays,
away with it.
Yes, they did. If he makes contact, it's a double.
3-1. Sam Fuld on deck. Rays have been out hit tonight, 12-8. They trailed 5-4. Brad Miller homered in the first for Seattle. Zobrist homered in the first for the Rays. Loney drove in a run in the first. And Luke has just drawn the walk. Checked a couple of times there and picks up walk number 2 allowed by Medina. Well, let's take a look at the AT&T social media poll. Tweet your votes to @SunSportsRays. Which return are you anticipating the most? Hashtag TB1 Alex Cobb, hashtag TB2 Matt Moore, hashtag TB3 Desmond Jennings, or hashtag TB4 all of the above on our AT&T social media poll. Rays will get a runner at first. Jason Bourgeois runs for Luke Scott. Sam Fuld bats for Lobaton. First pitch to Sam is a strike. So the Rays put some speed on the bases at first.
Speed in the batter's box with Sam Fuld.
Bourgeois back in at first. Again, a quick first. Close over there on that toss to first.
Bourgeois looking to extend that lead, get a good secondary lead. See right here, just all of that, and that's all it takes too. That little false move towards second, anticipating a delivery to the plate. It ends up being a close play over at first.
He's going. Pitch rolled towards short. Scooped there by Miller. Throw to first. Fold is out. Bourgeois moves into second.
Well, you know what? You almost wish Sam Fold would have swung and missed at that. Bourgeois had a good jump. Probably going to swipe that bag. Sam Fold going down and making the contact here. There's the jump. Here's the play. And that ball dribbled out to Miller and able to get the out. And this ball, well, look how low to the ground. It's tough for a catcher to come up throwing on a ball that's that far down. You got to wait, you got to secure the catch, then rise up and throw. That's why Bourgeois had a good chance to swipe that bag.
Kelly Johnson has taken a pitch for a strike. Breaking ball drops low. 1-1. You could see on that pitch down there how challenging it could be on a pitch down.
Well, you know, you talk about a good pitch to handle. A lot of those pitches are elevated, and a catcher's kind of moving up to get into his throwing position and catching that ball all in one motion. Well, a pitch down, you've got to stay down to catch it. Then you start going. It's not quite as fluid. The transition's not quite as easy. And a guy like Bourgeois that can run, he's probably going to have a good chance to swipe that bag.
A 1-ball, 2-strike count now.
You'd even take the weak contact after that. At least get him over to third for a potential ball in the dirt.
Ground ball to second. Franklin up with it. And the toss to first. Rays are out in the 8th. They're going to head into the 9th. 5-4 Seattle.
Out tomorrow, game 2 against the Mariners. Join us at 6:30 for the Rays Live, the pregame show driven by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. Of course, we've got our Cy Price, David Price on the mound. And of course, it's Ask Web Wednesday, Ask Your Announcers questions. So start sending them in, guys. Hashtag Ask Rays. And of course, tonight, join us for the post-game show presented by Checkers. I'll be in the clubhouse. Man, I hope these comeback Rays come out to play tonight so I get some happy interviews. Of course, Dwayne and BA will bring a breakdown for you guys, and Todd and Orestes steering the ship.
All right, Kelly, thank you very much. Fernando Rodney takes over on the mound. Sam Fold's going to stay in the game and play left. Jose Molina will take over behind the plate with Lobaton lifted for the pinch hitter, and there's Fold and left.
Well, no save opportunity, so Fernando Rodney getting a chance to come in and hold this Mariner lineup down.
He faces the number 2 hitter, Nick Franklin. First pitch in at 94 is a strike.
start to look ahead. You look at the 9th inning, and if you're a Rays fan, you got to love what's coming up to the plate. You're going to be down by at least 1, and you've got Zobrist, Joyce, Longoria.
So it's Rodney's job to hold the Mariners right where they are. Give the Rays one final shot. Franklin held up. Says Marty Foster. Foul ball rolling up the first base side. Archer worked 5 innings plus, charged with all 5 runs. Wright, as in Wesley Wright, Joel Peralta, Jake McGee, and now Fernando Rodney have all followed Chris Archer. Erasmus Ramirez, Oliver Perez, and Yorvis Medina pitching tonight so far for Seattle. 2-2 now to Franklin. And a full count.
Marvin Hudson showing some toughness there. That was a fastball yanked by Rodney off the glove of Molina, catching the inside of Hudson's leg. That couldn't have felt good, patting or not.
He's not going to give it to you.
No.
Nope. 3-2, a little chop to short. And they throw on the move in time by Escobar to get Franklin.
You know, and that was so important for Escobar to get to that ball before it bounced one more time. If that ball gets down to the turf, there is no way you're going to be able to get Franklin. You got a chance right here.
Kyle Seager is a hitter, and Rodney didn't like the feel of that baseball. Gets another one. Seager 0 for 3 was hit by a pitch in the 5th. Right shoulder. Just appeared to get a little bit of that batting helmet as well. That was a little unnerving for a moment. One ball, one strike. Game was tied at the end of 5. Mariners scored a run in the 6th. It's been 5-4 since. 2-1 now. Foul. 2-2. Ramos up in the Rays bullpen. Danny Farquhar is up in the bullpen for Seattle. Close in there on the corner. Strike 3 call. Seager, a parting word for Marvin Hudson. He's out on strikes for the 3rd time tonight.
Seager's not been a big fan of Hudson's strike zone all night long, and this changeup right here appeared to come back. It was very, very close, too close to take. You put this pitch into the hands of home plate umpire, and it was close enough that he got rung up on a changeup on the inner half.
2 outs, and here's Morales. Big cut, a little foul ball off his foot.
I wish it was a little further in than the inner half.
Morales thundered one off the left center field wall for a double in the first. He walked in the 7th. Trouble catching up with that 99 from Rodney. Right-hander Farquhar in the bullpen. He's been closing for Seattle. Now 1-2 to Morales. Top of the order due for the Rays in the bottom half of the 9th. The end of the bat foul. He's out on strikes. Got him on a change. So we go to the bottom of the 9th. Rays down by 1. Ben Zobrist, Matt Joyce, Evan Longoria due up. Down 5-4 going into the bottom of the 9th inning. Tune in tomorrow for the Wednesday night showdown as the Rays take on the Mariners. Sponsored by your Tampa Bay area Mazda dealers. Our coverage begins at 6:30. Danny Farquhar, 26-year-old right-hander. Todd trying to close this one out.
Now looking for his 5th save, and you can see the big strikeout numbers, 56 and 37 and a third.
Ben Zobrist leads off, and a curveball in there for a strike to start him.
Now the Rays do have the right part of the order up. Ben Zobrist with 2 home runs tonight. And Joyce has a hit. Longoria with a hit.
2 strikes. It's Matt Joyce due next. Farquhar originally drafted by the Blue Jays. Tap foul. Speaking of the Blue Jays, they're in extra innings with the Red Sox. Boston got a one-out double from David Ortiz in the top of the 10th. But the Blue Jays got out of it. Casey Janssen struck out Gomes and Napoli. So they're in the bottom of the 10th. 2 strikes the count to Ben. Did he go? He starts to check, and he held up.
You're not going to get the call down there. Don't even stop asking.
That's been the trend all night.
Right, it doesn't matter. This was a breaking ball, and again, very, very close there. That could have gone either way.
Yep. Two balls, 2 strikes. Zobrist battling, trying to get aboard here with the Rays down by a run.
Well, Farquhar, interesting with his pitch breakout. A lot of cutters. Throw the traditional fastball, get it up into the mid-90s, and of course the curveball. Wide range of velocity that you have to account for.
And strike 3. There's that fastball at 95. And he caught the corner with it to catch Zobrist looking.
Well, and it looked bad because Quintero catches this ball outside of his body. That ball is a strike, but you see a lot of times that didn't get called. In fact, we saw the Rays get burned on a similar pitch earlier in the game when Lobaton went outside of his body to catch it. Was not called. That one was.
Here's Matt Joyce. Joyce has been on twice with a single and a walk. Takes a pitch down. He taps it foul. Matt went 4 for 10 on the West Coast swing. 1 for 3 with a walk tonight. The end of the dirt. 2 balls and a strike. George getting the start at right field tonight. It's ahead in the count, 3-1. Well, you couldn't ask for a better count.
No. I like the backdoor cutter here that cuts a little bit too much right into the middle of the plate.
Well, there's a strike. Well, you got the cutter, and
it was well executed.
And just caught the corner out there.
Yep, that's the one where you want that pitch to move a little bit closer to Matt.
Oh, foul ball. There's one.
That's it. That's the one where you tie it up.
Three balls, 2 strikes, and strike 3 called. He came back with a curveball and got him looking. A 3-2 curveball.
This is part of that huge velocity right there. 76. We saw the fastball that got Ben Zobrist at 95. So you've got to cover 20 miles an hour, and there's a cutter there in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, the cutter's 86, 88. Fastball mid-90s. Curveball mid-70s. Here's Evan Longoria. And He's after the cutter and missed it. Strike one.
Yeah,
89.
he swept that one. That had more break to it. You know, obviously glove side, you get further out in front with that pitch. And that one just took off on Evan. That looked like an 89-mile-an-hour slider.
Piece of it foul.
And you know what? Just look for him to continue to take that pitch further and further, especially now that he's 0-2. If you're Farquhar and you're feeling good with that pitch, you take it a little bit further and see if you can get Longoria to chase it for the final out. You've got so many, you're so far up in the count here.
0-2, he swings and sends one back into center. Hit the fastball, and Ackley makes the catch in front of the track to end this one. The Rays are up and down in order in the 9th inning, and the Mariners take game 1 of this series 5-4. Back in a moment.